240 pounds. I'm hard to miss. Stand in front of him all day.
Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to Bowl TV for our live coverage of the 2019 BowlerX.com PWBA Orlando Open here at Boardwalk Bowl in Orlando, Florida. Thank you all very much for hanging tight with us. We've had some difficulties, as it was explained through the chat. I'll get to that in just a minute, but we will have 4 channels up and running. As always, we're working feverishly to get that done right now. Aaron Smith busy over on the laptops trying to get all the channels up, make sure internet's connected, everything's going good. Morning, Chris. Morning, everyone in the chat. So basically, at about 9:35 this morning, some of the players noticed a leak over top lane 27 coming from one of the panels, and the leak was pretty constant, as raindrop leaks go in a building, and it has splashed all over the heads of 27. And it was kind of encroaching on 26 as well. So Tennille Milligan made a quick decision. We took 25 through 28 out of play. We added 41 through 44. And as you can tell, 25 through 28, if you were over here yesterday, that was our featured pair. So we spent the next 20 minutes moving stuff, disconnecting cables, reconnecting cables, setting up monitors, all the cameras, redoing shots, all that good stuff. But we are now here with you about midway through Game 1. Take a look at who's on our pairs right in front of us here. Now our featured pairs 33 through 36. Shannon Plahowski, Kelly Kulik, Ashley Galante, Julia Bond on 33 and 34. 35 and 36, Giselle Poss, Danielle McEwen, Brianna Cote, and Stephanie Johnson. We are already seeing players playing further right today than where they've been the last couple of weeks. So possibly a shorter pattern out there than what we've seen. But anyone who gets the ball out to about 1-2, they can just wave bye-bye and turn around, because that ball is not going to come back. Yeah, Chris, I heard that echo too, and then I realized it was actually my phone because some of the wireless here in the building is acting up, the bowling center's wireless. So I'm basically following the chat and running the bowl TV off my phone, and I heard the echo too. And I thought, man, why am I getting feedback? And then I realized it was coming out of my phone. So I've turned that down, so that problem's gone. As I said a few minutes ago, guys, we are working to get all 4 channels up. With us missing a couple set of hands here on site this week, there's less people to go around and the same amount of work. So they will get that 4th channel up and running as soon as they can. They're working on it as we speak. Well, not the textbook traditional way to convert to 3-6-10, but Kelly Kulik makes it nonetheless. After watching practice yesterday, my pick to make TV this week is on one of our featured pairs right now, and she's actually up to bowl right now, and that is Shannon Pluhowski. Watching her in practice yesterday, she had a really good look with both of her urethane balls, and outside of the bucket that she chopped in the 6th, she's hit the pocket every shot, wrapped a 7 in the 4th, but strikes the rest of the way. So that's my pick for TV this week. Not to be stereotypical towards left-handers, but in today's game, if a lefty has a look with urethane on a pattern where it looks like the right-handers are not throwing urethane and they don't have that same motion, that lefty could be absolutely dangerous, and she is the only lefty in the field. All right, so Derek is picking Ashley. Chris, you've got Aaron. Our PTQ winners from the last 2 weeks. Of course, Aaron won yesterday. Ashley was the PTQ leader in Louisville. She ended up finishing 28th last week. Oh, stuff 8-pin from Brianna Cote over on 36. Radio Man 1, why are you yelling at us? Caps lock. Oof. And right on cue, Ashley, 5 in a row after the open in the 3rd. All right, Rebecca's going DZ. Just saw her on TV back in Hartford. Because I can. All right, man. Well, you do you, Radio Man 1. You do you. Chris, I will say I have not looked yet, but Jennifer and Sean dropped off a rather large aluminum foil-wrapped package. And she said the brownies, what did she say, were squishy? Is that what she said? She brought forks. So I guess they are a little soft. Gooey, that's what she said. Gooey, okay. Yeah, squishy didn't sound right. I've never heard of squishy brownies, but I have heard of gooey brownies. Oh yeah, and Alyssa, I've got a bone to pick with you. You said in the chat earlier that Aaron came around offering up cookies. He did not. I did. Although I can see how people would get Aaron and I confused, especially if you've never met us before. We're both stringy, wiry gentlemen. With a light crumbler there in the 8th. I'm afraid if she had a little more surface in her hand, I think that motion might look better, because she fanned a couple shots out to the right that just had no chance of getting back. I like the area that she's in. Just if she had a little more surface, I think that motion might be a touch sooner and a little more crisper. Galante gets the late 7 to fall for a 6-bagger as she goes into the 10th. I think she can go out for 58. I think she went spare strikes, split in the 3rd, and had 48, so I think she can punch for 58. Mr. Louisville, hey, I'll take that. That's not a bad moniker to have. You know, Will, MJR and Birgit are the 2 players who they've both been on TV the last 2 weeks, and they've both made TV each week that I've worked. So I put that bug in their ear after everything was said and done last week. I said, hey, the pressure's on in Orlando. You know, you guys, you 2 have both made TV since I started coming on tour. So the pressure's on here in Orlando. Good shot from Giselle Paz. Continues striking. I believe that's 5 in a row for her. In typical Shannon fashion, she did not like that shot, but she got away with it. Oh, Stephanie. Trying to get to 220, stuffs an 8-pin there in the 10th. Shannon steps up on that shot, flushes it. Good count in the fill will put her in the 2 teens. Back-to-back opens on the right lane in the 6th and the 8th, however, have derailed. Derailed what could have been a pretty good game. One of those opens a 5-count bucket, the super bucket on the right side. Understandable to miss that, but the single pin in the 8th. Can't do that. Ashley misses the first one in the 10th, strikes the fill, 237, good start. All 3 in the 10th for Shannon Blahowski, 213. Danielle McCune trying to get the 240s. She'll be 37. Yeah, Elena, I can barely see the scoring monitor down in the pit area from the angle that I'm at. It's dark and I can't tell, but she definitely has more than 4 or 5. I just can't tell how far back it goes. I think she started striking in the 3rd. I think it's a 7-bagger, but I'm not 100% sure. Reed. Julia got the first one, couldn't get the second one. 201. Giselle knocks the 4-pin straight back, but gets the strike nonetheless. Bree's effort at that 4-6 falls short, turns a possible 211 into a 175. Again, 8 games this morning, break for lunch, 8 games at 5 p.m. The format has not changed from the last 2 weeks. After those 16 games, we cut to the top 12. Those 12 return back tomorrow morning for the round of 12, 6 more games, 22 game total, and that will determine our 5 finalists for the live Stepladder TV show on CBS Sports Network tomorrow at 4 p.m. Oh! Kick the head pin into the 5. Well, this game's going to be 270, 260, somewhere in that range for Giselle Poss. Easily the highest game that I can see. See, Maria Jose Rodriguez is striking down on 39 and 40. She's got a string of 7. As she's getting a string of 6 that I can see as she steps up in the fill ball. Yeah, nonetheless, this is 260, 270 for Giselle. Playing the lanes very direct. Good spot for the flat 10. That's going to be 265. Coming up, game 2 on our featured pairs. Over on 33 and 34, we will see Jen Higgins, Rocio Restrepo, Liz Johnson, Shannon O'Keefe. And on 35 and 36, Josie Barnes, Birgit Poplar, Jody Wessner, and Taylor Bultice. So everybody's skipping one pair, bowling on the second between games 1 and game 2. All right, I'm going to step away real quick, get ready for game number 2. Check in with my guy Brant, see what's going on. All right, as we start game 2, I noticed in the chat some of you talking about, Anita having taken your shot. Other players talking about you want to get out here and one day you want to take your shot and come out and see if you can compete with the best. Well, if you're interested in bowling on the PWBA Tour, register now for one of the PWBA regional tournaments. There's one left tomorrow here in Orlando. For more information on all the different cities the PWBA will be visiting and more information on the PWBA, go to pwba.com. Not tomorrow, I said Sunday. Sunday will be the last regional this year. So while this year's opportunities may be coming to an end, as far as dipping your toe into the deep end of the pool, as they say, to come out and compete with the big girls, next year, keep your eye out for next year's schedule, regional schedule, PTQs, open events, all that. I'm sure there will be plenty of opportunities for those of you who want to come up and take your shot at the next level. Oh yeah, Rich, the software on the scoring units here at Boardwalk Bowl is an older software, and it does not have the capability to transfer names and plus-minus numbers from pair to pair. So we're going old school. Not the first time this year we've had ABCD up on the screen, but I will say we've been spoiled the last 2 weeks, as the last 2 bowling centers we've been in had just within the last couple of months at each house installed the new Cubica AMF scoring systems, which the names transfer, the scores transfer. So a little spoiled, but that's okay. Deborah, Kelly's going to be on 37 and 38. Or she is on 37 and 38. No problemo, Deborah. For all of your tournament updates and tournament information, head over to pwba.com/live. That will give you the roster for each, the PTQ and the Elite, if you want to see who bowled yesterday, pairings for this tournament, where they're going to be crossing, results from yesterday, as well as updated scores throughout the day today and tomorrow morning. You can also, if you're on Bowl TV, which you are if you're listening to me, click on the third tab that looks like a book, it brings up an icon that says tournament information. Click that, and it will take you right to that website. Again, pwba.com/live. And as soon as we have updates for Game 1, we will bring them to you. Hopefully, they stay closer packed on pace today than during the BTQ yesterday. Yesterday, we had a couple pairs starting Game 8 as other pairs were entering the 10th frame of Game 8. So trying to keep those scores updated and even across the board was difficult. I know we had a couple, not breakdowns, but some delays on a couple pairs for scoring issues or a couple ball returns, and all it takes is one, and all of a sudden you've got an entire squad that's out of whack. And that's what happened yesterday. Great shot right there by Rocio. Choosing to play the lanes a little further left as far as with her break point than everybody else is. Late trip on the 4 by Shannon here on 34, excuse me. If you're just joining us, welcome to Bowl TV for our live coverage of the 2019 BowlerX.com PWBA Orlando Open. If you were with us yesterday and things look a little different as far as what lanes we're covering here in our featured pair, you are correct. Do not adjust your monitors. Everything is fine. It was discovered about 30 minutes before the tournament, about 15 minutes before practice, that one of the lanes on our featured pair had a leak over top of it, right there in the heads between the foul line and the arrows. So they took that pair as well as the pair to the left of it, 25 through 28 out of play. They added 41 through 44, and that's why our featured pair has switched a little bit. That was a hold your breath off your hand kind of shot for Jen Higgins, shooting that 3-6. Did not chop it, however. Gets it to fall. Roll the 10 out, Jen Higgins. There you go. Good shot. Good break. All right, some scores after game one. Giselle Poss, no surprise here, your leader with 265. Danielle McEwen and Ashley Galante, 237. Maria Jose Rodriguez, 236. Erin McCarthy, 235. Jordan Richard in 6th, 227. Jody Wassner in 7th, 225. Liz Johnson and Jen Higgins tied at 223. In 8th place. In 10th, Tanya Romapier, 214. And tied in 11th, which means in 11th and 12th, Missy Parkin and Shannon Pluhowski at 213. Just outside the cut, Lauren Pate, 212. Stephanie Johnson, 204. Verity Crawley, Sandra Gongora, and Sydney Brummett all at 203. Rounding out the top 20, Birgit Poplar at 202. And then Julia Bond and Valerie Bercier, our 2 Rookie of the Year candidates, tied at 19th with 201 apiece. Five of the first 6 here for Jen Higgins on 33 and 34. Game 1, Rocio had 198. Shannon O'Keefe up on 34. Had 178 with quite a few single pins. Shannon has yet to connect on a double this game, has struck every shot on 33. And spared every shot on 34. Vice versa, she struck every shot on 34 and spared every shot on 33. Jen cannot get that one to hold. A little left of target off her hand. I think she knew it. For obvious reasons, you never want to leave a Greek church, but leaving something like that on a double or on a spare when you lose that much count, just throw some salt in the wound. Liz Johnson firm and direct with that shot. Flat 10, can't get the 6 to tap out the 10. Gets the 6-9-10, leaving the 4-7. So still a max score of 239 out there for Higgins. Good morning, Michelle. You're late to the party. No excuses. Play like a champ. Oh, 4-9 falls late for Rocio. Shannon looking for her first double of the game. Cannot connect on that left lane. Based on Don's play-by-play of Shannon's first game, I don't know that she doubled the first game, having left, what do you say, a 7, an 8, a 9, and 4 10 pins? So something about this pattern is giving Shannon O'Keefe some fits this morning, and not just Shannon, but a number of players in the field. Doesn't seem like it's an issue to get to the pocket today. It's an issue to carry the pocket. Liz Johnson follows up a rare missed single pin with a wrap 10, gets the 6 to kick out the 10 right there on that shot in the 8th. Two good shots right there between Liz and Jen, bouncing back from disastrous frames in their own ways. Good evening, Russ. All right, it sounds like Aaron has 41 and 44, 41 through 44 up and running. He did just stop by and say that in between games, he's going to try and perfect the camera angle a little bit because of where the pillars are. I know he spent a good amount of time yesterday setting up, was it 29 through 32, to make sure that you could see both the corners, the 10 pin on 30 and the 7 pin on 31. And he's not quite there where he wants to be on 41 through 44, but it's up and running. And obviously, if you see a player up on the approach shooting what looks like an empty pin deck, it's probably a 10 pin on the right lane or a 7 pin on the left lane. Jody Westner leaks that one out just a little bit. Anything you've seen, anything they get outside of about 3 right now is trouble. Most players playing a break point of around 5, 6, 7, 6, 7, 8. As we look at another Greek church over on 35 and 36, this one from Josie Barnes. It appears that you can attack this break point going east to west or playing more north to south, but the key is you want your ball to read the lane. So whether it's rev rate, a low, or it's a lower ball speed, kind of like Rocio, she's curving the lane, but her ball speed's down a little bit. She gets around the ball quite a bit, as we can tell. Or if you're a player that's attacking it a little more direct, and you've got some surface in your hand, or again, a rev rate that's going to help the ball slow down. That appears to be the key on this pattern right now. Get the nice little tap on the 10 pin there by Jen Higgins. Double in the 10th. Puts her near 220, strike for 219 to be exact. Update on our tournament leader after game 1, Giselle Poss, 265. This game, she's throwing a shot in the 10th right now. If she punches out, she'll shoot 235, and I don't think she got the first one. She did not, so she'll be max score of 215. Well, Anita, that's one way to look at it. Shannon shot 215 the first game with a couple of opens. This game she can punch out from the 9th frame on to shoot 235. But I would also like to think that scoring pace, no matter what hand you use or your style, is going to be dependent on the pattern that's out there. And I don't know that Nick Hoagland and company are going to put a pattern out there that would allow anyone to shoot 250 plus every game. Well, Shannon finally catches probably her first double of the day in the 8th and 9th. Cannot convert that into a 230. Finishes up 209. Rocio's shot in the 11th is basically her paying the price for how she's playing the lanes with her lower ball speed and the way she gets around it. When that ball decides to go left, it's going. And if you miss left, it's going to go into the head pin at a severe angle, leaving some ugly stuff like that. But still, nice 234 for Rocio. I think you may have just heard over the crowd, like she came back talking to husband Joe and said, "I hit it so hard." So she must have gotten more of a handful of that one than she intended to. Birgit Poplar finishes up 177 max score on 35 and 36 for Birgit. Poplar had 202 the first game, so this will put her minus after 2. Ball change. Late sliding scout on the 10. Ashley Galante stringing them down on 37 and 38. She's got at least a 6-bagger going into the fill ball here in the 10th frame. Joining us on our featured pairs for Game 3, we will have MJR, Maria Jose Rodriguez, Tanya Rumapir, Clara Guerrero, and Sydney Brummett on 33 and 34. On 35 and 36, Caroline Lagrange, Sandra Gongora, Diana Zevyalova, and Valerie Bercier. Going to step away for a quick moment. Be back for Game 3 of the 2019 BowlerX.com PWBA Orlando Open right here at Boardwalk Bowl in Orlando, Florida. And all the action is live here on Bowl TV. Bowling lives here. All right, back out of here. Game 3 of the 2019 BowlerX.com PWBA Orlando Open from Boardwalk Bowl in Orlando, Florida. Big shout out and thank you to our sponsor, BowlerX.com. When you buy bowling balls and equipment from BowlerX.com, you're getting more than the lowest prices and free shipping. You're supporting the future of bowling. BowlerX.com gives more back to the sport of bowling than any other retailer. BowlerX.com, for the love of bowling. Tanya Romanpier chops the 2.457. I think the lifetime conversion rate on that spare for any for bowlers as a whole is probably somewhere around 30%. It seems like every time we see that spare shot, I'm not just talking about the last 2.5 weeks I've been on tour. I'm talking about just all of us being around the game of bowling. More often than not, you see the 4 get kicked around the 7. Ball hits 2.45, hits the 2.5, kicks the 4 around the 7. All right, after 2 games, we have a new leader, Ashley Galante. Plus 80, Giselle Poss, plus 77. Aaron McCarthy, plus 58. Jordan Richard, plus 50. Jen Higgins, plus 42. Danielle McEwen, plus 37. Kelly Kulik at 35 over. Rocio in 8th, 32 over. MJR, Maria Jose Rodriguez, plus 26. And in 10th, Clara Guerrero, 25th. Outside the top 10, but inside the top 12 cut. To make it to Saturday morning after 2 games, Clara Guerrero, she was 10th. Caitlin Simpson is 11th at plus 20. And Jody Wessner in 12th at plus 19. Tied with Verity Crawley at plus 19 as well. Just behind them, a 3-way tie in 14th position. Sydney Brummett, Missy Parkin, Shannon Pluhowski, all at plus 16. Rounding out the top 20, Valerie Berciers plus 1. She is the final player that is over the 200 mark. Diana Z, minus 2. Liz Johnson, minus 4. And Tanya Romanpier, minus 5. Stephanie, you are on 29 and 30. Sydney Brummett looking for and gets her first double of the game here on 33 and 34. Valerie Brashear up on 35. One of the two Rookie of the Year candidates we're following along with Julia Bond. Valerie with a roughly 7,000 point lead on Julia heading into this event. Again, 3 events left on the schedule. We have a jam-packed weekend here in Orlando. Qualifying all day today. Tomorrow morning, 6 more games. Live TV stepladder finals on CBS Sports Network at 4 p.m. And then following that live show, we are taping the GoBowling.com PWBA Regional Showdown, which will feature stars from our 4 regionals that have been held this year. Initially, the 4 regionals leading up to Orlando, each winner would appear on the Showdown show on Saturday night. Julia Bond won 2 of the regionals, so that 4th spot would go down to the person who earned the most money in the regionals this year. So Elise Bolton, who won the first regional, is in. Julia Bond won the 2nd and 3rd regionals in California and Nebraska, and Elise won up in Cleveland. Gigi Mason won the 4th regional in Hartford, Connecticut 2 weeks ago. And the highest earnings leader that did not already make the show by a win was Kayla Bandy, so Kayla will be the 4th seed. She will bowl the number 1 seed Julia Bond in the first match. Elise and Gigi will square off in the second match, 2-game total pinfalls. And then the winners of those advance to face each other in another 2-game total pinfall match in the Made for TV special, which will air next Saturday at 5 o'clock on CBS Sports Network. Oh, Caroline cannot get away with that. Good shot. Stuff 9-pin on 35. Tanya connects on back-to-back strikes after back-to-back opens in the 2nd and the 3rd. Tanya in 20th position, -5 after 2 games. Clara cutting that 4-pin a little close there in the 5th and the 6th frame. Converts it, but I don't know that I heard the ball hit the pin. Nevertheless, it is a slash on the board instead of a dash. Rodriguez 4 spares in the last 5 frames, staying clean, even though she might not have the motion she's looking for. For Han Maria, didn't like that. Get away with the 4. She got away with the 4-pin, got away with the carry. But you saw her instantly stand up off that shot. These players have such a good feel of the ball coming off their hand. They know instantly. And they'll let you know, as I see a couple lanes down, Erin McCarthy lets go of one and immediately drops her shoulders as she's staring at a split. They know just about off their hand if it's a good shot or not. And their body language will certainly let you know if it's the former or the latter, if it's a good shot or a not so good shot. That was one thing as a young player I never quite understood. I would throw what I considered a bad shot, and my body language would show that. And I would come back, and my dad, who was my coach, would ask, was that you or was that the ball? And I would say, oh, that was the ball. That right there was not the player. That was not the ball. That was the pins. That was a Stone 8 from DZ. Well, and I don't know, Anita, if they need someone behind them, but it certainly helps. That was one of those, a term that I learned when I was on junior team. I think PJ Haggerty, referring to Rod Ross as his eye. I think that was the connection here. PJ called Rod his eyes in the sky. I think that's where it came from. It's a long time ago. But the phrase was eyes in the sky. Someone behind you to kind of watch and remind you of something, because as a player, you're caught up in the competition. You might not be focusing on physical game. You're focusing on shot making and execution. And sometimes things can get a little out of whack, and it helps to have those eyes in the sky to remind you, hey, pay attention to this. Make sure you're not doing that. So on and so forth. Morning, Sarah. Morning, Judith. Well, just like you all, I am watching and working as well. But it is my work to watch. So by default, if I'm working, I'm watching, and if I'm watching, I'm working. Brandon, welcome in, sir. BP. Good shot there, MJR. Puts a good shot on the good break in the 7th. Watching Tanya's shot on replay, I'm not quite sure what happened there. If she missed it at the bottom or just didn't quite get around it. But that ball got down lane and had no intention of going left. We've already seen this spare chopped once today. And that's how you do it. You put the spare ball on the left side of the 2-pin. That way the ball is going to take out the 2-4. The 4 is going to hit the 7. And the 2 is going to hit the 5. Jeffrey, after 2 games, Kelly Kulik was in 7th. She went 193-242. Sandra cannot get the late tap on the 10 as the headpin comes off the wall. Just not enough energy. Maria trips a 4 on that lane the previous shot. Leaves a 4-9 right there. Wonder if that was a case of making a move after the trip 4 and the ball disappointing or surprising her. Or if it was she thought she made a bad shot on the trip 4 and just stayed where she was at. Either way, the result is the same. You know, bowling balls surprising or disappointing you. That's one thing that I always pay attention to when I drill up a new ball and I go and throw it. Let's say I throw it for 6 games and Dad and I talk about what we saw out of it or what I saw out of it. And he always asked, did it surprise you or did it disappoint you? And in our terminology, you always, if you had to pick one or the other, you would rather a ball disappoint you. Because in our mind, that's something that can be fixed. Nice light swisher there by Tanya. A ball disappointing you is something that can be fixed with ball surface. Changing the surface, whether it's Abralon pads, polish, rubbing compound, sandpaper, whatever you use to clean a bowling ball. But if a ball surprises you, and we're talking negatively, that in our experience is a dynamic issue with the ball itself. And that typically, in my experience, is not something that we can adjust out. So if the ball disappoints you, that can be fixed. But if it surprises you in a negative way, my fear is that that's a dynamic problem and you may want to get off that ball. Yeah, I've learned that, you know, in my experience, if I drill up a bowling ball and it surprises me in a negative way, that ball probably doesn't stay in the bag too often. So, circling this all back around, looking at Maria's last 2 shots in the left lane, she's done in that lane, so it doesn't have to worry about it. But the question I would ask myself is, did I make a move off the 4-pin and the ball hooked more and it surprised me? Or was that just a mistake shot? And those are the two things among a myriad of other factors that these players have to contend with. Steps off of it, doesn't like it. Gets the 4 out, looks like the 10 is out as well. But you know what? When it comes to bowling balls, drillings, surfaces, don't just take my word for it. While you're on Bowl TV, maybe between games, maybe as we're hanging out between squads, stop by the lab and check out Lou Marquez, Pro Shop Manager at the International Training and Research Center, the ITRC, as he shares his technical insight on the game and the inner Pro Shop workings in his new series, Hot Off the Press, right here on Bowl TV. Conversion on the washout. Nice shot. That headpin tried to get around the 10. But she said, no sir, Mr. Headpin. .191 for MJR, Maria Jose Rodriguez. 194, Clara Guerrero. Clara just had no carry that game. Every time I looked up and I was ready to call a strike, she'd wrap a 10, stuff an 8, leave a 4. Tanya with a chance to get into the 220s. Solid double in the 10th right there. By Sid the Kid. The big 4 in the 8th derailed what could have been a spectacular game. Tanya had 2 opens early in the 2nd and the 3rd, but has rebounded with a couple doubles in the middle of the game. Looking to get into the 220. Diana Z over on 35. Oh, bucket in the 11th. She'll be at 224. You know what, Chris? You can absolutely do that at the Tour Championship because as it stands right now, I will not be there, so you won't have me there to bill anything to. And I haven't been around USBC long enough to have my own account, so you know what? Just, you know what? Consider it, put it on E's account. E's going to be there, I believe. That's my assumption. I believe he's going to be at the Tour Championship. So you know what, just put it on his account. Consider it his welcome back gift to you all for him coming back. Let's put it that way. Nice double by Sandra to get into the 220s. Valerie, chance to get into the 230s. Good place for that. Nice game by Tanya, 218. Great rebound after the back-to-back opens early on. Over to our left, Liz Kulka's going to shoot 230. Lauren Pate, 242 with a 6 spare in the 9th. That could have been 269 going right there. Yeah, Chris, college fund, high school, diapers, baby formula, all that stuff. No, he didn't need to save money. Whew. Tickles the 4-pin down. Oh, Michelle, basically, I mean, I'm filling in for E. So I know that we're going to be short a couple hands at the Players' Championship in Raleigh, so I'm going to be there. But once E's back, you know, my job is done. I am off to, I don't want to say greener pastures. I'm off to a different pasture. Although, as the kids would say, I'm incredibly jelly about the fact that they get to go back to Richmond Raceway. That's one of the tracks, growing up a NASCAR fan, still being a NASCAR fan. I've always wanted to go to Richmond, and having lived in Louisville, it's not like it's way out of the way. We just haven't gotten there. But definitely jelly that they get to be there for that. But I'll be right here on Bowl TV watching along, I'm sure. That's okay, Hassan. I get confused a lot. Mostly while I'm bowling. Chris, shameless plug for the Facebook group. I like that. That was nice. That was a good segue, sir. That was a good segue. I would say you could go into radio, but having worked in radio, I can tell you that it doesn't really pay all that well, even though it's a fun job. Game 3 is complete. We're headed into Game 4 here at the 2019 BowlerX.com PWBA Orlando Open, live from Boardwalk Bowl in the heart of Orlando, Florida. I am Daniel Farish, filling in for Emil Williams Jr., as we all know, home on paternity leave. Shanice put up a video of E on her Facebook story, and it just melts my heart to see that little boy. So very happy for them. Looks like the move here is everyone moves to the right, one pair. So we already know who's on 35 and 36, Clara, Tanya, Sydney, and MJR over on 33 and 34. Our most recent PWBA champion, our reigning queen, and the most recent 300 on TV, Dasha Kovalova, along with Lauren Pate. Last year's Rookie of the Year, the franchise, Jordan Richard, and Liz Culkin. Liz has been right around cuts the last couple of weeks. She is someone who I predict will put it all together this week and will be in contention throughout Saturday morning.
she posted a video, she tagged Chris in there. Yeah, that's Chris. Chris was like, challenge accepted.
All right, after game 3, Giselle Poss retakes the lead from Ashley Galante at 7-10, plus 110. Ashley plus 102. Caitlin Simpson moves up to third at plus 77. Erin McCarthy plus 71. Missy Parkin in fifth at plus 54. Jordan Richard, Rocio Restrepo tied at plus 52 in sixth position. Danielle McEwen plus 44. Jen Higgins 36. And Lauren Pate in 10th place after that nice 242 at plus 35. Outside the top 10, but inside the top 12 cut. 3 down, 13 to go. Jody Westner at plus 33, and Stephanie Johnson moves to plus 31 after a nice 243. Just outside the cut line, but inside the top 20. Sydney Brummett plus 25, Shannon O'Keefe plus 24, Diana Zavyalova plus 22, Taylor Bultice plus 20, Liz Culkin and Clara Guerrero tied at plus 19, Valerie Bercier plus 18, and MJR Maria Jose Rodriguez plus 17 in 20th position. Fortuitous break for the front six. Jordan Richard right here on our own featured pair, 33 and 34. All right, now that things have slowed down a little bit, I'm going to try and break into these brownies that Jennifer brought. I think she said in the chat they're cherry brownies, which would explain some of the the gooiness, that's the word that she used. Let me see what we got here. I can feel the bottom of the plate. Is it a plate? Oh, it's all wrapped in the aluminum foil. Oh, man. I'll let you all hear me as I move the aluminum foil off of it. We're all family here, so I have no problem doing this while you all are listening. Oh yeah, this is... Yeah, these aren't brownies. This is like a... Oh man, it's all over the aluminum foil. Oh, this is a mess. I may need to get some napkins before I go any further on this, y'all. Dasha Kovalova, 5 of the first 6 here on the featured pair as well. Jordan Richard, the front 6. Liz Culkin struggling to get a double this game. Clean through 5. Staring down at a 2-5. Lauren Pate split the first frame, looking to rebound from that. Sends it away. Ball doesn't quite curl the corner. Leaves a 2-8. Over on the right lane. Sydney Brummett with the front 5. This is just so, well, I can't show the camera. I mean, y'all, trust me, y'all would much rather watch bowling, and the hundreds of others who are watching that are not in the chat, that are not joining along, would much rather watch bowling. But maybe at the end of this block, when we're waiting on any scores to be announced, well, maybe at the end of this block, I'll jump in front of the camera. Oh my gosh. This will be the last mention I make in this segment about the brownies, but y'all need some milk. I'll keep this fork. All right, Jordan Richards stepping up on the front 6. Dasha, 5 of the first 6. Both players up on 33 and 34. Sydney keeps her strike train going. Front 6 over on 35 and 36. Dasha, 10 pin out, 10 pin out. Looking for 7. Oh, it's left. I think that ball went Brooklyn. Lauren stepped up right as Jordan's ball started to hook. I'm pretty sure that ball went Brooklyn. Let me see if I can watch it on the replay on my camera. Yeah, she just said miss left and goes Brooklyn. That's perfect ball motion. When you hit your target and it strikes and you miss left and it goes Brooklyn, you can't ask for anything more than that. Dueling strings here on our featured pairs. Of course, all right now, total pin qualifying, nothing head-to-head, but you're wondering which one's going to be the first one to blink between Jordan and Sydney. Jordan on 7, Sydney on the front 6, following Clara up here in 35. Clara can't get the ball to curl the way she needs to. Flat 10 in the 7th frame. Liz Culkin ripping the rack. Thank you very much, Jennifer.
I told you they were gooey.
Oh, they are. They are very gooey. Yeah, Veronica, that's a difficult question. Which player has the best technique? I mean, if I'm talking strictly textbook, I mean, the way that you might teach someone, just pure textbook form, I think at the top of that list, as far as this field in front of us goes, is Kelly Kulik. You know, no player is going to make it to this level without having a great physical game. Tanya, another player, overall, actually right here on our feature pair on 36, she just shot a 3.610. Jordan Richard, front 7. She gets that one right of the last one. Strike, front 8. Let's go. Sydney Brummett working on the front 6, off to her side, off to her right. Looks good. Carries out the late. 7-10. Smiles a little bit after that. I'd smile too. Front 7. Liz Culkin catches the double, first double of the game, clean through 8 frames, chance to get to 238. Jordan Richard on the 9th. Ah! Ball was a little left of where her last shot on 34 was. Leaves the 4, but coming into this game, Jordan was in 6th at plus 52. So this will no doubt move her up the standings quite a ways. Dasha on the strike train as well with a 5-bagger going into the 10th. Sydney Brummett, front 7, didn't like it, stepped off of it. 3-6-10 over on 36. So both of our respective strings have come to an end. And Jordan misses the 4-pin. That's just giving away 11 pins right there. Would not surprise me in the least if the next 4 shots, or next 3 shots on 34 are all bangers from Jordan Richard. Dasha continues her string, however, 6 in a row. She can get into the 250s. Start of the game, spare, spare, strike, spare. Quite the frustration out of Jordan Richard here. Front 8 leaves a 4-pin, misses it, splits in the 10th, leaves a 4-6. Well, I know how Jordan Richard feels right now. The first game of the Kentucky Open this past July. First night on a short pattern, it was actually an executive strike and spare. I go front 8, I leave a 10-pin. Underestimated how slick the middle of the short pattern was, missed the 10-pin to the right. And then I split the 10th frame to turn a front 8 into a 240. Liz Kulkin, frustrations as well. Nice, 278. Dasha Kovalova, I thought she spared the first 2. She did not. She spared in the 4th. Now I can see the screen below. 8 spare in the 4th, off the sheet, 278. The bowlers on lane on the monitor on 34 are showing some frustration here in the 10th. Liz desperately wanted that double to get into the 230s. Leaves a high flush 4-pin. Oh, yeah, I threw it dead in the gutter. We were bowling on WTBA Stockholm, and the lane surface at Executive is a little lower friction, so even a short pattern tends to play a little slicker than it should. And I set Bessie down, off my hand. It was on line, but once I saw it in the mid lane, it didn't read the end of the pattern. It just kept sliding. I was like, okay, that's gone. It was in the gutter just a foot or two before the 10. It had no chance. Well, that shot's not going to make her feel any better. Late fall on the 10 leaves just a 7 in the fill wall for Liz Culkin, 216. Lauren Pate after a big 240 game. She's going to fall back down into the 190s. At 240 jumped her up into 10th place. 193 for Lauren Pate will fall to plus 28. See a couple strings down throughout the house. Rocio with a nice 250, throws the back 7, it looks like. Down on 41 and 42. Oh, Rocio 278. She's about 5 pair down from where I'm at. Hard to see the numbers. I see it now. 8 count in the fill. She was trying to shoot 280. So 278 for Rocio. Take a look at who we've got coming up for Game 5. We've hit the midway point as Sydney Brummett still yet to finish up. She can get to 267. Nice tickler there on the first shot in the 10th. Coming up Game 5 here on our featured pairs, 33 through 36 on 33 and 34. Josie Barnes, Birgit Popler, Jody Westner, Taylor Voltice, 35 and 36. Shannon Pluhowski, Kelly Kulik, Ashley Galante, and Julia Bond. We will take a cut with the second half of Block 1 qualifying right here on Bowl TV. Bowling lives here. Game 5 of qualifying here at Boardwalk Bowl this morning, kicking off right now. Birgit Poplar, Josie Barnes bringing the action to us on 33 and 34. Ashley Galante and Kelly Kulik over on 35 and 36. Fans in the chat, if you're like me and you can't get enough of bowling, well, do what I do. Listen to the Out of Range podcast featuring Tony Franklin and crew as they talk about everything on the lanes and off, with some of the game's biggest stars stopping by each week.
I went to go take care of my mom and dad, and then they gave me an offer I couldn't refuse. Oh. So now I'm at the Newton Subway. I'm like literally just over the state line. I can literally throw rocks at Florida.
Don, the monitors in here are working fine. It's the frame rate between our cameras and those monitors. So the monitor here, it's that what they're seeing here, what you're seeing on the camera, they're not seeing here. The monitors work fine here in-house. What you're seeing on the camera is not something that, you know, we will predict. It's not something we can predict. We don't see it until we get the camera set up. And at that point, just to be honest, there's so many things going on that there'd be way too much work to flip that out. But no, in-house, everything reads fine here. It's just the frame rates between our cameras and those monitors. Looks like the entire house is into Game 5. Let's check online, see if we've got any updates yet. Nothing yet after Game 4.
I pulled some of these, you know, with Mario, you know, San Domingo or Costa Rica. I mean, to be young again, he's apparently never wear a bunch of tape.
Late trip on the 4 by Kelly. Veronica, if you're still hanging out with us, one of the players I mentioned, you were asking about who has the best technique, and I said the textbook, if you were going to teach it to somebody, one of the players who has the least amount of movement with their swing, with their extremities, very stable all throughout her approach and at the foul line, is Kelly Kulik. Kelly right here on 35 and 36. She'll be up momentarily on 35. But that is certainly someone I would watch that you could pick up some tips from. Follows up the break on the trip four with a half pocket swisher there in the third. Nice double for Kelly. New leader after game four, Rocio Restrepo's 278 shoots her up the leaderboard. Plus 130, Giselle Poss. Plus 106, Jordan Richard. Plus 98, Sydney Brummett. Plus 91, Caitlin Simpson in fifth at plus 89. Ashley Galante shot 171 last game, drops to plus 73. Jody Wessner plus 68. Dasha Kovalova's 278 jumps her up to plus 60 in 8th position. Verity Crawley plus 58, and Josie Barnes tied with Erin McCarthy at plus 52 for 10th position. The 12th and final bowler inside the cut for tomorrow morning with 12 games left, Shannon O'Keefe at plus 51. After Shannon's rough start of 178, she's went 209, 237, 227. So certainly found a way to get those back row pins out the last two games. Outside the top 12, inside the top 20, Misty Parkin plus 45, Maria Jose Rodriguez plus 44, Jen Higgins plus 43, Danielle McEwen tied with Stephanie Johnson at plus 40, Clara Guerrero plus 37, Liz Culkin plus 35, and Valerie Bercier maintains her position in 20th at plus 33. Players we have in front of us: Birgit Poplar in 32nd at minus 92. Taylor Bultice in 23rd. At plus 24. Over on 35 and 36. Players we have not talked about: Julia Bond in 31st at minus 75. Kelly Kulik in 26th at plus 4. Shannon Pluhowski in 30th at minus 37. I don't know that Shannon, haven't had a chance to watch her today, has had the same ball motion today that I saw in practice yesterday. But with the two urethane balls that she was throwing yesterday, the balls were reading the end of the pattern, they were bending, they were shaping the right way, and she was carrying at quite a high rate. I know just watching her, out of our peripherals today, I've watched her step off a lot of shots, and we talked about that Shannon is one of the more physically responsive players at the foul line. You know if she doesn't like it or not. But it seems like she's stepped off some shots today, hasn't liked shots. We've seen her, watch her chop the 4-7 in the third frame this game. I know she's had a couple opens out there. She did, in fact, shoot 213 on one of our featured pairs, game one. I take that back. Looks like she has switched to resin, gotten off the urethane. $80 miles per hour. Oh my gosh. Woo, how about that?
All right, good job.
I don't know if I threw 2 baseball pitches back to back, they would total 80 miles per hour. Starting to see some ball changes out here. Players that were throwing equipment early on in the day, they are not throwing now. Not just Shannon Plahowski going from that urethane to a resin ball, but Rocio has made a ball change. Jody Westner's made a ball change. So everyone's starting to migrate in from where the field has burned up that dry spot. Shannon P just cannot buy a hit. Pocket 7-10 there in the 6th frame. Only problem with picking a lefty in a field where there's no other lefties is if they don't have a look. I mean, she's catching fresh every game. So if she doesn't have a look on the fresh, then she's going to struggle all day. And I was hoping that she would have that same look with urethane today that she had yesterday. Doesn't quite seem to be the case. And whatever ball she just threw there, what resin ball, just burned up and laid off on the back end. Yeah, it is, Nita. It's still fresh. We have 8 pair in play. So each player hits each pair once. And with there being no other lefties, there's no one there to break down that left side. The only traffic on the left side of the lane is going to be in the heads early on, where right-handers are shooting across lane at right side spares. And then any right-handers that go up the left side to shoot their 4s or their 7s, which could cause some problems for Shannon as well. If those players are throwing plastic left of 20, up the left side to shoot their spares. It can cause a lot of unpredictability for Shannon when she moves pair to pair. Shannon O'Keefe, the front 7, I believe. Liz Johnson out the window there in the 8th. Little uncharacteristic miss, but It does happen. Leaves just the 1-2 though. Lucky to leave just the 1-2. The good thing about a higher ball speed like Liz is when you can play that tight line, you've got natural hold for days. But if you leak one just a little bit right, well, it's not going to come back. But again, the good thing with that ball speed is when she misses right, it's not going to slow down as much as other players and try to turn the corner and come in behind the head pin, which is what happens on washouts and 2-4-8-10s and stuff of that nature. Shannon O'Keefe stepping up on lane 31, front 7. I'll step down and double check that on the scoring monitor after the 8th here. Ramon updated us earlier, said SO, front 5. Guessing that was Shannon O. So after this shot in the 8th, I'll step down and take a look at the monitor and make sure that let our boy Curtis Von Kruger know he might want to get a camera out here. Gets the 10 out. That is indeed front 8 for Shannon. All right, 8 in a row for Shannon O'Keefe here on 31 and 32, just off to our left. So open up another tab if you haven't already. Taylor Boltice scouting 10s like it's nobody's business right here in front of us. Open up another tab, pull up the other channels, and check it out. Oh no, gets it right. 2 pin on the front 8. Well, no, there shouldn't be a delay between my audio and the video. I know there is a delay between when I'm talking this instant and then when it pops up on the stream. You know, just the speed it takes for everything to work through the wires and cables and internet connection and the internet. There is a bit of a delay there, but there shouldn't be a delay between my audio and the video. That should all match up. So if there's a delay there, that might be something we want to check out. Late trip on the 6 for Shannon Plahowski. Now she'll step over to the right lane where she's opened her last 2 shots on 36. Okay, Ramon, that makes sense. I see what you're saying. Okay, that makes sense. So the featured pair, the featured channel, the video and audio are matched up. I see what you're saying. Okay. Well, that makes sense then. I thought you guys were saying that on the featured pair, you know, on 33 through 36, my audio and video weren't matching up, and that would be confusing. All right. Taylor Boltey's chance to shoot the 230s here. Needs this one in the 9th. Slaps out the half 10. Taylor sitting in 23rd right now, plus 24. Cut right now, plus 51, and that is Shannon O'Keefe, who is into the 260s after the nice carry in the 10th. Ashley Galante struggling a little bit here in the middle of the set. Was plus 101, excuse me, plus 102 after 3 games. Shot 171 the last game, and this game she's going to be in the 170s as well, max possibility. Rocio digging for some hits over there on 32. Saw her body language off their approach a little bit. Nice strike by Josie there. Nice working 220. All right, to those of you in the chat, I don't want to give anything away, but if you're going to hang out, you might want to hang out till around 1 o'clock. But I'm just saying, that's the rumor. Something may be coming up at 1 p.m. You may want to hang out for a little bit if you plan on going somewhere. Maybe push lunch back, or if you're watching at work, eat at your desk. I wouldn't leave. Just 1 p.m. hang around. That's all I'm going to say. Josie's going to be into the 220s after throwing 3 of the last 4, maybe 4 of the last 4, crossing 19, getting it out to about 6, splitting the pocket like a can of tuna. 9 count on the field, 220 for Josie, 191 for Jodie. And now Boltice and Poplar looking to shoot their highest games of the day, and that could not have come at a worse time. I'll take that back. Taylor shot 247 game 3. A pocket 7-10 on a 3-bagger going into the 10th. Birgit, however, gets the first one in the 10th. That will ensure that she shoots her highest game of the day right here. Game 5 on the featured pairs. Kaylee Kulik has the first one in the 10th. Looking to strike in the 11th. Give herself a shot at 236. Looks good. Was good, is good. Kelly sitting +4 in 26th position coming into this game.
Yeah. Thank God.
Great finish for Birgit Poplar, 223, highest game of the day. That'll move her up a spot or 2 in the standings. With the day she's had, unfortunately, there's nowhere to go but up. But sometimes that's not the worst position you can be in, because then you're free to try stuff. Sometimes when you're free to try stuff, that's when you stumble upon something that you didn't think would work, and holy moly, it works. And maybe she stumbled upon that. Maybe she can fire off some big games to finish this block and go into tonight with a realistic chance at making the top 12.
Nice comeback.
Hope y'all are prepared for some stuff to be possibly given away. Brandt pretty much said it right there. He's going to need some hint. He's going to need some help at 1 p.m. I wouldn't mind lunch. Got 3 games to go. I've kind of been putting off on this cherry brownie concoction that Jennifer dropped off, waiting for lunchtime. Yes, Anita, 8 games at 10 a.m., break for lunch or early dinner, however you look at it. 8 games at 5 p.m., and then the top 12 advance to tomorrow morning. Those 12 bowlers carry their 16 games over to tomorrow morning, bowl 6 more games for a 22-game total. And the top 5 after 22 games will advance to the live stepladder finals on CBS Sports Network at 4 p.m. tomorrow afternoon. Aaron McCarthy, Verity Crawley, Missy Parkin, and Caitlin Simpson. Up here to start game 4, and not a great start for these 2 players. These last 2 shots. We have not seen this foursome on our featured pairs yet today. Over to our right, Jen Higgins, Rocio Restrepo, Liz Johnson, and Shannon O'Keefe. They were on 33 and 34 game 2, so we have already seen that group.
Give me a minute. Liking the new job? Give it another year or two, and then you'll go like, yeah, the travel's not so much. I like traveling so much.
Well, there you go. The giveaway power hour. It's up. It's ready. I know Brand's chomping at the bit. He's been knocking back Rockstar Energy drinks all day. All right, the giveaway power hour has started. I know for a fact that Brant has more than a few things to give away this week. That's all I'm going to say. You know the deal. Click submit entry. Once the prompt pops up on your screen, you will be automatically entered to win whatever in the world it is he's giving away. Fortuitous carry for Aaron McCarthy, front three on lane 34. Jen Higgins converts the 4-pin over on 35. On the far right, lane 36, Shannon O'Keefe patiently waiting. Missy Parkins stepping up on lane 33. Missy just on TV last week in Louisville. Finished 5th, lost the opening round match to Maria Jose Rodriguez. Roland Franklin won a signed Diana Zevyalova picture. Congratulations, Roland. DZ. Another one, back to back. Oh boy, watch out. Oh, Rocio. We talked about earlier in the day how her rotation and ball speed on this pattern would, when she misses left, is going to cause some unfavorable leaves, and we're looking at yet another one, 3, 4, 6, 7, 9, 10. You know, Brant's right. Power hours are not meant for the light of heart. They're not meant for one giveaway. You can't call it a power hour and then give away one thing. Michelle, I would say they are the silent majority. And I would also encourage the silent majority to join in on the chat. Just say, hey, tell us where you're watching from. Always cool to pick up different, come on, Rocio. Always fun to add different continents and countries to the list of our viewership. So if you're watching in the chat and you've got the volume turned up, just let us in the chat know, let us say hey, and let us know where you're watching from. I know we've got viewers just in my 2 weeks here, Japan, United Kingdom. Patricia Diaz Cordero, congratulations. Diana Z signed a picture. Wheat Ridge, Colorado. Columbus, Ohio. St. Louis, at my old stomping grounds. Scranton, PA, home of The Office, my absolute favorite TV show. Love that. Wakefield, Rhode Island. Boise, Idaho. Western Massachusetts. Texarkana, Texas. Ontario, Canada. Awesome. Houston, San Antonio. Spurs, go Spurs. Palm Beach, New Mexico. Beautiful. Love it. Keep them coming. Back to back to back giveaways. Cleveland, Ohio. Jennifer, yeah, you're here in Orlando, probably about 10 feet behind me. Oxford, Mississippi. Weeki Wachee, Florida. Spain. Chicago, Crofton, Maryland. Ocala, Florida. Hot Springs Village, Arkansas. Southern Georgia, Toledo. Des Moines. Hong Kong, of course. Waterville, Metro DC. Vegas, spent 4 months in Vegas, South Carolina. Submit entry, click it. It's giving away more things. England, Northern Ireland, getting some United Kingdom in here now. Phoenix, this is awesome. All right, Carrie coming in for the Fan Fest tomorrow from Savannah. That's awesome. Nashville, Georgia, California. Moved to Philly, now in Arlington. Oh, that's Brant. You don't count. Come on. Oh, you do count because you give things away, like signed Diana Zavjalova pictures. Strasburg, Virginia, Sun City, Hong Kong. Yeah, Hong Kong's crazy. Don. This is like the second week in a row that Don's won something, but this time it wasn't something signed by his daughter. Don wins the Diana Zavjalova signed picture. And for those of you listening, when he did win the signed program of his own daughter, he did give that prize back, and we re-gave it away, so to speak. So I thought it was hilarious. His comment to that was, I don't need anything signed by her. I have her birth certificate that I signed, which is hilarious, by the way. Fort Myers, Florida. Bonnie's in Delaware. St. George's, Utah. That's a pretty cool named city. I may do this next week or not next week, but Ian and I'll do this again at the Players. It's awesome to see where all of you all are watching from. You know, this viewership, the power of the internet expands around the world. Bowling, as we all know, an international sport. So thank you all very much for chiming in and letting us know where you're watching from. Don't stop now. Caitlin Simpson on the front 5 here in front of us. Take a look, see if we have any scoring updates after game 5. Not yet. Nothing online quite yet. All right, game 5 update as we are inching our way to the midpoint part of game 6 here. Giselle Poss retakes the lead, plus 143. Shannon O'Keefe's 279 jumps her up into second place at plus 130. Rocio Restrepo, 196, falls down to plus 126. Caitlin Simpson, right here in front of us on the front 5, is 4th at plus 112. Verity Crawley, also in front of us, struggling this game, but 5th after back-to-back 240s at plus 101. Erin McCarthy in 6th at plus 99. Sydney Brummett, 87. Maria Jose Rodriguez in 8th at plus 78. Josie Barnes in 9th at plus 72. Jen Higgins in 10th at plus 68, and outside the top 10, but inside the top 12 cut for Saturday morning with 10 games remaining. Jordan Richard at plus 62 and Jody Wessner at plus 59. Outside the top 12, but inside the top 20. Liz Colkin at plus 52. Ashley Galate, back-to-back 170 games at plus 45. Danielle McEwen, plus 42. Clara Guerrero, plus 41. Tied in 17th position, Kelly Kulik and Valerie Bercier at plus 40. Stephanie Johnson in 19th position at plus 38. And rounding out the top 20, Dasha Kovalova, plus 29. Caitlin's string comes to an end here in the 6th frame. Makeable spare, however. Oh man, I left the tab on my phone. He gave something else away. Scott Fellner wins a signed Missy Parkin picture. Congratulations, Scott. Scrolling back up, Warner Robins, Georgia, Austin, Texas. Higgy's in the chat, Columbus, Ohio. Higgy's Aquarium, one of the most, if not the most dominant team at the USBC Open Championships over the last 6 years. Yes, Paul, Caitlin is as tall as she looks on camera. I'm probably 5'10", 5'11". I'm somewhere in that range, like 5'10", 3/4. She's taller than I am. I'd say Caitlin's probably right at 6 feet. Rocio, 4 of the first 5 after that ugly-looking split in the 2nd frame. Rebounded quite well. Missy Parkin with a 5-bagger on the screen. Started the game off with a big 4. Spared in the second frame, has not missed since. Down on lanes 29 and 30 if you want to pop up that tab real quick. MJR is on the front 5. She's not up yet. She'll be up in a couple of shots, but there's a string going to keep an eye on. .510 or 5'11", okay. Then she's about as tall as I am. But yeah, she is as tall as she looks on camera. Yeah, Anita, I think you mentioned this is the first time you've been in the chat. Brant's the cannon he has that fires off these prizes, it's got quite a reach and a lot of juice, so be prepared. Shannon O'Keefe, spare strike, spare to start the game. Fires off 3 in a row. Verity Crawley has yet to connect on a double this game. 2 opens in 7 frames. Sitting inside the top 12. Oh, Aaron McCarthy, split the 8-9, why don't you? Show us how it's done. Jen Higgins does the same thing over on 36. Oh. Missy Parkin with an Aaron Smith special. The 4-5 wall kicker, 6-bagger after starting split spare. Liz Johnson doubles up the 6th and 7th. Verity struck her last shot on this lane in the 6th, now up in the 8th. Oh no. That's one of those, she did not deserve that type shots. Shannon O'Keefe working a 3-bagger, make it a 4-bagger in the 7th. Caitlin comes off the front 5 with 3 straight spares. 6-10, 10-pin, 4-pin. Still looking at a possible 250-plus game out there. Jen Higgins, a little extra oomph at the foul line to help that ball get through the pins. Ball didn't need any help. She threw it good off her hand. Parkin looking for a 7-bagger. High flush, ball sits. Thank you. Yeah, Donnie Meal got his fill of those Stone 8s in Hartford. Hall of Fame Silver Lanes in East Hartford, Connecticut treated us to quite a few Stone 8 pins and Stone 9 pins a couple weeks ago. We saw it during the PTQ on Thursday. We saw it all day on qualifying on Friday. Saturday morning during the round of 12. And even on the other side of the building during the regional on Sunday. Well, Hassan, you're not wrong. I would much rather leave a single pin as we see Caitlin leave a 9 pin on 33. I'd much rather leave a single pin than an 8-10. I think most of us would probably rather have that. Liz Johnson working a 3-bagger. She wanted more, so she got 4 in a row into the 9th frame. Chance for 245. Punching in the 10th. Shannon a strike here in the 9th on 35 would give her a chance at 270 even. Started off her game spare, strike, spare. Uh-oh, another giveaway. Missy, a little quick right off her hand. Can't get the ball to curl the corner. Gets the 8 out, though, leaving just the 2-pin. Shannon O'Keefe trying to keep her 270 even hopes alive. 10-pin dashes those hopes. Looking at a max score 249 now. Down on 29 and 30. MJR struck in the 6th, 9 spared the 7th, just struck in the 8th. She can go off the sheet for 279. Harry Jacobson wins another signed Diana Z picture. So 3 Diana pictures and 1 Missy Parkin picture, all signed, have been given away during the Power Hour, and we are only 23 minutes in. Yeah, me. Absolutely. Yeah, you, Harry. Yes, you. Go, Harry. As Johnson strikes the 5th and emphatically moves the ball on the ball return back to its resting place. I think Liz is frustrated with herself because she probably just made an adjustment, or her first couple of frames weren't as physically good as she wanted, and she's already lamenting the pins that she gave away in the first 5 frames of this game. Erin McCarthy, 258. Some whoppers of some scores here in front of us. Erin McCarthy, 258. Missy Parkin, 247. Caitlin Simpson can get into the 240s here as well. Liz Johnson with this strike in the 11th is in the 240s. And then both Rocio and Shannon can get into the 240s as well. Jen Higgins doubles the 10th, 216 out there. The crowd getting loud. A few pair down for Kelly Kulik, who has thrown at least the back 6. I think she's got more than that. And she's doubled up here in the 11th. Down on 39 and 40. Ooh, 6 of our 8 games on our featured pairs this round. Or this game, north of 238. Or of 235, excuse me, 235, 238. 244, possible 245 here for Rocio, 247, 258. Kelly got the 8 count in the fill for 246, so she was working on a max score of 248. No, I don't think she is, Hosan. I know that we all enjoy Kelly on the broadcasts, and the line dance that she does about 30 minutes before we go on air to hype up the crowd is much enjoyable, but I guarantee there are a lot of us, Kelly herself included, who would rather see her bowling on TV. A little bit of a tease in the last edition of On the Road, the 11th episode this year that Mr. A.A. Ron Smith and I filmed yesterday here at Boardwalk Bowl. We talked about Player of the Year race, Rookie of the Year race, and the season-ending Tour Championship, and not want to give too much away, but Kelly was one of the names when I was asked about the end of the year and what's going to transpire. Kelly is one of the names I talked about, so once we get that up, I believe this afternoon, nice conversion on the 4-9 just to our left on lane 32 by Valerie Bercier. Once we get that up, I suggest checking it out. But Aaron Smith and I break down the remaining 3 tournaments, including this one on the calendar, of course. The BowlerX.com Orlando Open right here in front of us. The Cubic AMF Players Championship, and then the PWBA Tour Championship from Richmond Raceway in the middle of September, 14th through the 18th. All right, let's take a look who we're going to have. Looks like everybody's moving one pair to the right. So we're going to see our players from 33 and 34, Verity Crawley, Missy Parkin, Erin McCarthy, and Caitlin Simpson on 35 and 36, and jumping to their right onto our left featured pairs is going to be Valerie Bercier, Sandra Gongora, Caroline Lagrange, and Diana Zevyalova. Well, it's not called the Giveaway Power Hour for nothing. Yet another one coming up. I wonder what he's got to give away this time. Oh, runaway Brooklyn. Head pin slaps the 6-pin silly. 9-pin falls straight back, and she's looking at a double Missy Parkin here on 35 and 36. How about that? Drew giving away a Missy Parkin replica jersey. That's a solid idea. Get with Brant on that one. All right, we're going to step away for a moment, come back, and bring you the rest of the action this afternoon here at the 2019 BowlerX.com PWBA Orlando Open from Boardwalk Bowl here in Orlando, Florida on Bowl TV. Bowling lives here. I'm going to turn up the volume and let the sounds of pins crashing entertain and soothe you.
Isa lang ang nilagay sa Roscoe.
Sino nandun?
Si Morales.
Giselle?
No, basta.
Si Rocio?
Lucio. What? Siya ang number 1 plus 130. Ayaw ko after this. Bawang leader after this. Oy, si ano na? Boss.
Giselle pa rin.
Oo. Tell him na, then magkuhan sa bottom of the store. Mag-order na ako doon, nag-order. Sorry. I'm coming back. Okay.
All right, back in the booth after taking half game off. Go take care of some things. We are nearing the end of Game 7 here at Boardwalk Bowl at the BowlerX.com PWBA Orlando Open. Some updates after Game 6. Rocio Restrepo, leader, plus 170. Shannon O'Keefe right on her heels. Actually, the top 4 separated by just 23 pins. Rocio plus 170. Shannon O'Keefe plus 168. Aaron McCarthy plus 157. Caitlin Simpson plus 147. Maria Jose Rodriguez plus 127. Giselle Poss 119. Josie Barnes 97. Kelly Kulik and Danielle McEwen tied at 86. Liz Culkin in 10th place at 82. Outside the top 10, inside the top 12 with 10 games remaining. Well, almost 9 games remaining. Jen Higgins at plus 80 and Sydney Brummett at plus 76. And then from Brummett at plus 76 all the way down to 18th. Only 13 pins separate those players. Jordan Richard in 13th at plus 74. Verity Crawley plus 71. Ashley Galante plus 70. Missy Parkin plus 67 in 16th position. Liz Johnson plus 65. Valerie Bercier at 63. Jody Wessner and Stephanie Johnson tied in 19th at plus 45. A high-scoring affair here today at Boardwalk Bowl. 26 of the 32 players are plus, and 3 more are only minus single digits. Congratulations, Ramon Delgado, the most recent giveaway winner. Diana Zavjalova signed picture. I know Brant's been giving away things like crazy since I walked away. Missy working another 230 game right here. Second game in a row on our featured pair. Aaron McCarthy's going to be in the 230s with that double in the 10th.
She went to the bar, had a couple of shots, and came back.
Oh, a little bit out the window. Missy's going to be looking at a 216 max score instead. Sandra Gongora. It's a name that we haven't really mentioned at all today. Sandra struggling. She is sitting in 26th, the last player that is plus at +3 after 6 games today. Missy's going to finish with 216. Great finish here by DZ. I guess she knew we were giving away a bunch of her signed pictures and she wanted to put on a show for us here. She is the first player under the 200 average number. She's -3, tied with Lauren Pate in 27th position. DZ today 190, 2-0, 220, 170, 180, 220. This game, I believe, going to be in the 240 range. Didn't see how it began. 234. Solid game for Diana Zavyalova. Sandra Gongora, easily her biggest game of the day, going to be 258 at the most. Solid game. By the Mexico native. Whoa, a little bit outside. Whoa, hooks back. Doesn't get the 10 out. 257, solid game right there by Sandra. Take a look at who is going to grace us with their presence for the 8th and final game of the first block of qualifying here at the 2019 BowlerX.com PWBA Orlando Open. Here on our featured pairs, 33 through 36, we will take a good look at Danielle McEwen, Giselle Poss, Stephanie Johnson, and Brianna Cote on 33 and 34. Next door on 35 and 36, Dasha Kovalova, Lauren Pate, Jordan Richard, and Liz Culkin. Radio Man 1, first of all, I'm glad you're not yelling at us anymore. The caps lock button is off. Just kidding. They are back at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning, the round of 12. But we do still have 8 games tonight at 5 p.m. Matthew Russo, congratulations on winning the signed Diana Zavjalova picture. Well, hey, if the drive isn't, too ridiculously long, come on up and come yell at some people. Of course, there are some players in this field who, I don't know if you want to yell, maybe like in their backswing. It might not work out too well for you. But yeah, come on up, man. Come enjoy the experience. I've certainly enjoyed my 2.5 coming up on 3 weeks out here on tour with these ladies. You know, as much as everyone in the chat, we talk about the Bowl TV family. Although all of these competitors are out here, trying to beat each other every week. This is their job. It is a family of sorts out here. I mean, we all saw that a couple weeks ago or last week in Louisville, when the surprise baby shower was thrown for Josie. They rally around one another when life gets tough and things off the lanes are transpiring, good or bad. So come on up and experience it with us. Early on game 8 here, Stephanie Johnson starting off with the front 3 on our featured pair. Still waiting on a scoring update online. I'm sure that will be coming momentarily. Stephanie tied for 19th coming into game 6. This is now game 8. Wow, Jordan Richard on 35. Just about left a 5'10". I didn't see if that was a pocket hit. I'm watching on the stream on my laptop right now. That was, yeah. For just a split second, the 5'7" was standing on a half pocket hit. A lot of players now starting to cross right around 4th arrow. They've kind of burned up that spot. We do have a score update after 7 games, and Rocio Restrepo trying to jump out ahead, but Erin McCarthy will not let her. Rocio plus 205, averaging just under 230 for 7 games. Erin McCarthy 13 pins behind at plus 192. Shannon O'Keefe only 7 behind that at plus 185. Caitlin Simpson in 4th at plus 170. Josie Barnes in 5th after a big 256 the last game. 153 over. Danielle McEwen right in front of us. Plus 145. Giselle Poss also up in front of us on lane 34 as we speak. Plus 116. Left of 4th arrow, right of 5th arrow, flush. Maria Jose Rodriguez in 8th at plus 109. Kelly Kulik in 9th at plus 99. Liz Culkin in 10th over on 35 and 36 at plus 96. Outside the top 10, inside the top 12. 8.5 games remaining before the top 12 cut for tomorrow morning. Verity Crawley plus 87 in 11th, and Missy Parkin plus 83 in 12th. Outside the top 12, but inside the top 20, Valerie Bercier plus 77, Sydney Brummett 72, Jordan Richard 15th at 70 over, Brianna Cote 68, Sandra Gongora plus 60, Jen Higgins 59 over, Stephanie Johnson 55 over, and Ashley Galante at plus 53 is in 20th position. I'll tell y'all, one of the big news stories back home is that we were, the local council and local government approved a new grounds for a new Topgolf in Louisville. Topgolf kind of taken the golfing world by storm a couple of years ago. Well, there's something new to the bowling world that's going to take bowling by storm, and that's called hyper bowling. And be the first to experience hyper bowling, bowling's newest game from Cubica AMF, where the lighted bumpers are actually part of the game. Hit the bumpers, then hit the pins. Hyper bowling plays like a physical video game on a bowling lane, and now everyone can play and win because every shot counts every single time. Learn more at hyperbowling.com for information, details, and locations. The first time I heard about it, I was like, man, that sounds different. And then Emil showed me a demo video of what hyperbowling actually is. And we've got a group of us in Louisville that are driving up to Indiana, where the closest, Newcastle, Indiana, where the closest hyperbowling station is at to us in Louisville. We're going up there in a couple weeks, and we're going to go check it out. It looks pretty awesome, so I urge you to give it a look. I know there's locations popping up all around the country with plans in the mix for more, so take a look at hyperbowling.com, find the closest location, get a group of people together, and go check it out. Giselle Pass slapping the head pin silly. Three-bagger going into the 8th frame. Liz Culkin late on the 4-9. Popping the jersey. Letting those pins know who's boss. Liz can't get the hit on the 9-pin that shot. Stephanie Johnson looking to convert her 4th spare in the last 5 frames. A difficult 2-5-8. The 2's off to the side. Hooks the ball into the 2-5. That's exactly how you want to shoot that. But no one ever wants to shoot it. One of those highly choppable spares. Lauren Pate blows the 5 into the 7. Catches a double in the 5th and 6th after back-to-back splits in the 3rd and the 4th. Bree. Oh, slap the 10 out. Good shot. Chances alive still for 269. Late 4. Trip Danielle McCune. Working on quite a string going into the 10th frame. It's like a 5 in a row. Giselle cannot break up the 410. She'll have a shaky foundation here in the foundation frame going into the 10th. Looking to possible 257. Now that's going to move down to probably 222. She gets one on the spare attempt. Be 223. Bree scouts the 10. Yes, she does. Leaves the 7 standing in the channel. Knocks out the late 10. That's a strike on the board. She's going to have a possible 269 to finish out the day. Nice conversion on the 410. Forget what I said about 223. She's going to have a shot 235. I should know by now, never assume these players are not going to convert a makeable split. Danielle, good finish to the morning. Afternoon now, 226. Stephanie, working a clean 209. Lots of spares. 5 of her last 6 frames were spares. 4 of which were not single pins. A 6 spare, a 7 spare, and 2 8 spares, along with 2 single pins and 1 strike in the 5th frame. A strike here in the fill would give her 209. A pretty pink hammer. Make it 7 count. 206 finish for Stephanie Johnson. Chance for 269, won't get there. 248 max score after the 7 pin in the 10th. Jordan Richard working on a small string as she steps up in the 9th frame. Jordan hoping for a much better finish to this game than what we saw the first time she appeared on our featured pairs earlier in the day on 33 and 34. Had the front 8, left a 4-pin, then missed it to the left, and then a 4-6 in the 10th frame. She went from 300 to a 279 to an eventual 246 at the drop of a hat. Liz Culkin asking the ball to wheel. It did not want to wheel here in the 9th frame. All right, well, we do have a special surprise for all of you in the chat. I asked earlier when people were wondering, hey, who are all these people winning prizes? We didn't know where you were from. I asked you all to speak up, and by my count, 61 of you chimed in of where you were from, mostly from the United States, a couple, one from Toronto, one from Ontario, Spain, of course, Japan, Hong Kong, Northern Ireland. So what we're going to do is during the break, I've already listed all the cities that I got in, and we are going to give away a signed mini Visiball, a mini Visiball signed by the 5 TV finalists from the United States Women's Open. Danielle McEwen, Shannon O'Keefe, Shannon Sellens, Liz Culkin, and Tanya Rumapir. Those 5 were on the Women's U.S. Open TV telecast, a mini Visiball signed by all 5, and I'm going to give away one of those to one of the 61 of you who chimed in earlier of where you were watching from. So to you all, thank you very much. And I will announce that winner at the start of the second block. So 5 p.m. is when we go on the air, and somewhere in that first game I will announce who that winner is. Jordan strikes the 10th, not happy with her offering in the 7th, but a 244 still on the board. Jordan was inside the cut after 4 games, but the last 3 has went 164, 212, 196. Drops down to 15th. This 240 will go a long way towards making up ground. The cut for the top 12 after 7 was Missy Parkin at plus 83. So Jordan with 244 right there. She'll finish her block at plus 114. More than likely inside the top 12 cut, but we have seen scores going up these last couple of games. So we will see where the cut line finishes. Liz Culkin a chance to get to 210. Lauren Pate has struggled this game. First shot in the 10th is a strike. Liz splits the rack in the 10th. Barring an open in the 11th, she will be at least even to finish out this block. Coming into this game, Liz at plus 96, sitting in 10th position. And with that shot from Liz Culkin, that will wrap up Block 1 qualifying here at the 2019 BowlerX.com PWBA Orlando Open. We are going to hop off, grab some food, and join us back at 5 p.m. We will announce the winner of that mini Visiball signed by the TV finalists from this year's Women's U.S. Open. And we will also bring you 8 more games of qualifying as we will determine who will advance to the round of 12 tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. But tonight, join us at 5 p.m. Well, that'll do it for Block 1 qualifying. For Aaron Smith, Brant Houghton, Jason Thomas, Curtis Von Kruger, the staff and management here at Boardwalk Bowl, I am Daniel Farish. We will see you in a couple of hours for Block 2 qualifying of the 2019 BowlerX.com PWBA Orlando Open from Boardwalk Bowl here in Orlando, Florida.